Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom. All right, everybody. Good morning and welcome. I see I have 14 people in there watching right now and awaiting this verdict. I don't believe the jury has begun deliberating yet, although the cameras are up because the judge is going to speak to the jury first before they go back and deliberate this morning. So be aware, we will get right into the courtroom as soon as that happens. But I thought I'd come in this morning, say hi, and respond to some of the comments. I posted up what we talked about yesterday in our live, and got some interesting feedback. But I think that again, a lot of people are missing some very big things here, and they question, whether or not the trial was watched. And I think I question whether or not how they're viewing this, because they're missing some key points. And it's like, I guess a lot of minds go on autopilot, I think, when they see certain things. And it really, one of the things that I think puts people's minds on autopilot, somebody died, right? So they're like, oh. So anyways, we're going to talk about that this morning as we await court to begin. Not a long discussion, but I figured I wanted to come in and address some of the noise. So first off, let's go through the chat here and welcome everybody. Welcome any justice watchers that are out there. Very much appreciate you supporting your channel, supporting the calls here. So first off, Wilhelmina Jobart, welcome. EDM says, hopefully the jury has a good night to figure this out and move quickly this morning. I think they're going to continue debate. You have to remember that this is not a scenario where just because they find them guilty of one, they're going to find them guilty of the others, because each is a kind of an independent situation. Because McGrath, remember, it's alleged, was not engaged in fighting, right? So if the jury accepts that and says, okay, he wasn't engaged, the circumstances surrounding what happens to him can be looked upon differently than the guys that were actually fighting. So there's different debates that are going to go on across that room. It does not mean that just because they find on one that they would necessarily go to the other and say, well, this is automatically first degree assault or this is automatically guilty. They could have a mixed verdict. So I think there's going to be, as I said, I thought from the beginning, especially when the judge gave the instructions the way she did, these instructions are not very clear. They're somewhat hard to understand. They were somewhat hard to understand for the jury, I think. They're going to come back with questions, and it's going to be a multi-day deliberation. Now, I think that as we near the weekend, we're going to get to a verdict, or we're going to get to an outcome where they're going to say, hey, we are deadlocked. There's no point. They've already given an Allen charge on count one. So, there's going to be some potential here that we're getting to a point where we're going to have a resolution of some sort. CBBJ Candace, hello, welcome. Lucretia Van der Westhuizen, welcome. And Justice for Jimmy, absolutely. But remember, what does Justice for Jimmy look like? Getting this right and making sure that this is handled correctly, because Jimmy, it's funny that everybody wants to say that, hey, the only justice for Jimmy is Raul. How does Jimmy feel, and how should Jimmy's family feel that there were a lot of components that went into this night going the way it did, and letting some of those people walk away scot-free? Is that justice for Jimmy? I mean, can we get justice for Jimmy in the sense of justice that people are like, the process has already been abundantly unfair, because we've let a lot of people were let walk to go after Raul Valle. And the question is he the real, is it all on his shoulders? Absolutely not. There are other people who had things happening. Wilhelmina Jobart, welcome. Jetty Jenikin, hoping for a guilty verdict. He's a killer, and that's it. That's your opinion. He definitely killed someone. The question is, was it legal or not when he did that? And I think that's what's up for debate. I don't necessarily agree with the idea that what he did was criminal. And obviously you do, because you're hoping for a guilty verdict. Taz, hello. Haley Cowan says, this is crazy. I know he deserves to be in trouble at some degree, but he shouldn't be the only one. I agree with you. I think that, but this is the thing. This is where this case goes. The prosecution literally sold out every other person that did something wrong and said everything lies on this young man's shoulders. And as you guys will see, there's clearly a group of people out there who are completely blinded by the fact that death occurred in this case. And they can't see past that. And they're okay to let the people that provided the alcohol, the people that instigated this fight, hey, what about the person that dropped the Addy, right? Because let's remember that Raul Valle doesn't get to that party without Jack driving him, and Jack doesn't get to that party without being told where to go. Okay? So everybody that says, oh, yeah, Raul Valle is this instigator, he started it at the first. He doesn't make it to that party unless he's invited to that party and told to come there because an Addy got dropped. So, you know, Taz says, I think he is just a fall guy. They chose him to blame. And to me, that is an injustice. It is. It's unfair. It's not correct that the way this is going about is to lay all of this at this young man's feet. Because if we want accountability, and justice is accountability, right? That's the idea. That's the framework that justice is being thrown around at, not the process of justice, and making sure that's fair, because that's been abundantly unfair in this case. It's been subverted by immunity agreements and the willingness to not charge people, and the willingness to only administer, or to only use it to only charge one individual, gave immunity agreements to two others. But if we're talking about justice as the premise that everyone's bringing into this, which is accountability, then if all you're going to do is hold Raul Valle accountable, how are you comfortably sitting here going, wow, all these kids that came in here and drank, the kids that got drunk and came out and instigated the fight further by destroying a vehicle. Oh, that's okay. It's okay to destroy property. It's okay to have an angry group of children come out drunk, unsupervised. The adult there is Tyler Rich, who is there spraying someone down with WD-40. The example, the alleged guy who just wants them to leave, who's just trying to end this thing, is spraying someone with WD-40 instead of getting people into his house. Instead of saying, everyone inside, we're not fighting. No, clearly that was not what was happening in this instance. So clearly the idea that Raul Valle is the only instigator in this, and that he was instigating this whole thing, is ridiculous. And all of you out there who are claiming that are either A, not making a valid argument because you're just trying to, piss people off or inflame people. And that's fair, whatever, do your thing. But if you're really honestly looking at this and trying to make an honest argument, there's no way an honest person assessing this, who watched this entire case, can sit here and say that he's the only instigator. Was he an instigator? Yes. Did he do things that made this thing worse? Yes. Was he the only one? No. How did it get to where it got? It was not all on his shoulders. It was not because he was just running around trying to create this scenario. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Pam Rushton says it's sad this happened. Alice Anderson says this is so sad. Yes, it is. Steve D56 says, do you know the nickname? Absolutely. I was talking about it yesterday. This is very similar to that case in the way that these teens acted, and how when it came together, we ended up in this situation because it was instigated by a group of angry, drunk teens, where it starts out with bullying. It starts out with group bullying, and where the group gets together and they start getting a group confidence, and then boom. And then all of a sudden, action gets taken. It's extreme action. And then that group bully, everybody now individualizes and goes, oh, I was scared. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, this should have never happened. Who would have ever thought? Well, yeah. Well, when you get a group of angry drunk people together who are destroying cars, breaking windshields, spraying people down with WD-40, chasing people down. Let's remember, there's video of that group pursuing them as they drove down the road. Okay, coming down. The WD-40 incident, they went down to that incident. They were also, let's also further understand that the position of that car was not in Tyler Rich's driveway. It was in a public space in front of Tyler Rich's house, where they have a right to be, right? Now, when they came into the property of Tyler Rich, which is when he struck Tyler De Silva, and why he says, well, you walked into my yard, I struck you. They were in the yard. They were in the street when this gang of kids destroys this vehicle. Invited and told to pull up. Okay? And Raul Valle was not the driver at that time. He was sitting in the car with his girlfriend on his lap. Okay? So let's be clear on how this thing goes. And let's be fair about it. The guy who threw the first punch and everyone that attacked Mr. Valle while he was on the ground is guilty too. Absolutely. And you have to separate the two different deals, the two different locations. Yes, Raul Valle over at the other location. Yes, he was an instigator over there. Yes, he bullied with his friends, although sort of bullied. You had two guys who wouldn't leave, right? They came over, they were told, party is crowded, get out, and they wouldn't leave. Again, a whole lot of stupid going on in the whole evening. Haley Cohen, his friend drove him there and gave him the knife. Absolutely, yes, you're correct. And he did not come with a knife. Taz, is it just my recollection that's wrong, or did the last female to testify that said she saw Valle stab Jimmy actually say she saw what looked like Valle trip or fall forward as he stabbed him? I think she did say that. I'd have to go back and watch, but I believe she did. I believe that, like I said, I think what you take from her testimony and all of the testimony is that this was not some situation where, again, remember, it's not just about the fact that death resulted. It's the intent at the time he was stabbing people. What was his intent? What was his intentions? That's what the jury's got to watch. Watching from New Haven, but I'm wondering about those instructions. I've watched most of the trial, and those that were given immunity have inconsistent stories. They absolutely were. And Miss Missouri Penny says, watch rights, adjourn justice. Welcome. Thank you for coming in, Miss Missouri Penny. And Steve D says, agree. Wow, someone on YouTube read my comment, and not just ones with money. I gained a subscriber. Thank you. Absolutely. Well, Alice Anderson, I'm not a very good YouTuber in the sense of I read everybody and I bring everybody up, and I don't always do. For me, you want to support the channel, absolutely, please do. It helps keep this thing going. But that's why I don't align this. I don't do this for money. Money is needed to be able to broadcast and to be able to broadcast the amount of trials I do. And those that support me, I appreciate you 110%. But I'm not out here doing this for money. That's not what this is about. So, but I really appreciate you. I do appreciate you. I appreciate everybody that comments, and I will try to address everybody's comments always when I'm on air. And like I said, it means, I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to invalidate somebody who said, if you send me a comment, I'm going to make sure, and money's attached to it, I'm going to absolutely make sure it goes up. But that's not what we're here for. So you can get up here without money on this channel. So stick around and make your comments, and you will get seen when I'm live. CBBJ Candace says his friends set him up. Yes, they did in a sense. But again, I'm even going to vouch for them and say, I don't think there was anybody setting anyone up. This was just a moment that these were moments that just rolled, right? They just rolled to a bad place. It was terrible. So, all right. So let me, give me a moment here. I'm going to try to pull up here. All right. Let's see if I can get this done right. And we're going to see here because I don't know. All right. So let's go right in here. I don't know if this is going to come across correctly or how well your guys will be able to see everything, but we will. Let's see if I can crop the area where I want to crop here. Hold on. What I'm trying to do. All right. So let's just put this over here. Okay. Maybe that's the best way to do it. There we go. Okay. So now, show you all what I'm doing here. All right. So tell me, I don't know if this is coming across well or you can even read it. I hope you can read, and I will try to get it bigger and better, but hopefully y'all can read the comments that we're looking at. So these are the comments on last time. We're gonna respond to some of them here. So first off, we have this individual here says, "What moment?" Now this is in response to my pinned comment, which says, "When a teen sees their friend being beaten by a mob, how should they respond? What would you have done in that moment?" So they say, "What moment?" What do you mean, what moment? What, are you ridiculous? Are you ridiculous? Because I don't understand what you're talking about, how you don't look at this as a moment. The moment that he saw his friend getting beaten in the yard that he testified to, which he sees a group of angry people beating on his friend. When he goes to the car, which we all know now clearly was not about getting a knife because he already had the knife. That was testified to by Jack, who said, "I handed him the knife." He did not go back to the car to get the knife. So the moment I'm talking about is when he goes back and he looks back and Tyler just realizes Tyler Silva's still getting beaten down in the yard. And he has to go back in there. And that's the moment he goes back in. And as he says, he gets converged upon. How do we know that? Because Faison Teal gets stabbed and goes over. And that's when he says Faison begins beating him, or they all converge on him and they start beating him. And McGrath is around and ends up somewhere in there. And he ends up getting stabbed in the fracas, right? We don't know if Jimmy was involved or how involved he was. It's impossible. We don't know. There was no way to know because the video stops, right? And then of course everyone says, well, Jimmy had nothing involved at that point. He wasn't doing anything. And you can't say that beyond a reasonable doubt one way or the other because there's no video and all we know is he ends up stabbed. So it says he went back to something he alone caused, and he took a knife. Don't insult everyone with such a stupid comment. He will be found guilty as people are not this stupid. Playing dumb will not work. The only individual here that is, not is looking stupid here is saying something like this, that he calls alone. There's not a person in the world that could have listened to this trial who's going to believe that he calls this alone. How did he call this alone when he didn't drive to this party? He left a party. He's hanging out with his friends. The Shelton kids invite these St. Joe's kids. I think they had a connection with one or two of them, and invite them into the chat. They drop the Addy. They tell them to pull up. They tell them where to come. They come out of the house. They go into the street. They go and attack a car that is not on the property of Tyler Rich, and they destroy that car. They bust up the bumper. They bust up the windshield. And you're going to sit here and tell me that somehow he caused all of this? No. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous sentiment. Somebody named Taskmaster65 says, there's a lot of stupid in this video too. You said your son would be like Tyler and Raul, who knew all these people, and would go back to make peace. Did you even watch the trial? Raul clearly stated he didn't know almost all of these kids, and neither of them went back to make peace. I mean, come on, what kind of clear BS are you serving? You are disgusting. Okay, first of all, what I said is my son, and what Raul said is he knew Aiden, right? He knew of the Silva, or not the Silva, he knew of Rich. Now, the Silva knew more people because he knew a lot of people at the party. He knew Rich, he knew Faison, he knew a bunch of people there at the party. What I'm saying is my son would be in one of two people. He would be also the Silva, who would know a lot of people and feel very comfortable saying, hey, let me go and see if I can help this situation. And two, he would also be the one that would go, I'll go back up my friend, and I'm not going to let my friend walk into the lion's den, and I'll come with you, because he also, again, Raul Valle did know people there. He knew not everyone, but he knew his friend, which is why he was asking for his friend, who he knew, and said, is he here? Because he wants to talk to him. And remember, Raul Valle had a calm conversation with the individual, with one of the individuals, I can't remember his name offhand, after the WD-40 incident, and they have a calm conversation. They didn't really know each other, but Raul ain't stabbing him, right? Rawls not running around. He didn't stab Tyler Rich with the knife when he got sprayed down with WD-40. Okay? He's not attacking anyone when that happens, right? It wasn't until he's beaten on by 14 to 15 kids that he decides, gee, I need to do something or else I'm going to die right here in the yard because I'm going to get stomped to death. It's ridiculous. So what I'm saying is that they were going back in a attempt to believe that they were going to be able to talk this through, and that by not showing up with a group of kids in a car, and by putting someone like Tyler Da Silva, who believes he's a neutral guy, who believes that when he walks in there, they're not going to attack him because of who he is, and he learned that really doesn't make a difference, especially when you have an amped up group of drunk kids who are looking to get violent, who are looking for Snapchat moments, and they come out. Now I like this comment. Animatic says, your opinion, dude. The author of this channel has a right to his opinion as well. He didn't believe. That's exactly right, and that's what I think is really sad. Is you offer an opinion or you offer a position, and I'm not putting anyone down for sport. I'm just saying I think that people are not. I think people are reacting emotionally. I'm not attacking anyone personally. I'm not calling them names. I'm not suggesting that there's something wrong with their intellect or that they're stupid or that they're dumb. I'm like, this is opinion. This is an interpretation of evidence. Yet the people that are on the other side of this, look, in my opinion, you're seeing the people that are supporting the prosecution of Raul Valle are demonstrating that they would probably be part of the group of 30 people beating on someone else, right? And feeling justified in doing so because of them showing up or coming to the property. And they would be the ones that would be pulled in and then say, oh, well, wait a minute. Raul Valle showed up and he had a knife and he fought back on us. But I think it's really, really a shame. It's really a shame. So let's go on here and check out another one. All right. So Twilight Mist says this is one I want to respond to. Raul and his friends were told to leave the property. They had not been invited to the house. Okay. So first of all, Raul and his friends, I don't dispute that they were not told, hey, y'all need to get out of here, right? But here's the problem. Number one, they were not allowed to leave. When you surround the car with 40 people, how are they supposed to leave as they're shaking the car and destroying the car and beating on the car? They did not have a right to do that. What they had a right to do was Tyler Rich walk over to the car and say, fellas, leave. You're not invited here. Get the hell out of here. But that's not what happened because that's not really what was going on. Secondly, they were invited to the house. The Addy was dropped in the group chat and they were told to come. So anybody that says they weren't invited, that is incorrect. That is not what was shown in court. And that is not what was testified to. They were clearly invited. Now, Tyler Rich, the owner of the house, claims now that he didn't want them there. But do you really think that the Addy was dropped without him knowing? Do you really think that 30, 40 people come rolling out of the house when they announce that they're there to go and they go out and they engage with these guys and that they really didn't know? Come on. Are we really going to be that naive? Raul went back purposely to get the knife. No, he did not. Okay. Jack Schneider says he gave it to him as they were going. He went back to the car because he was trying to escape. And then he realized his friend was still getting beaten on. And then he returned to try to help get his friend out, got attacked again, and then ended up having to get his way back out, got in the car, and they fled. Okay? So that is absolutely not true. Jimmy was not fighting when the girl said she saw Raul stab him. Well, we don't know beyond a reasonable doubt what Jimmy was doing. What we do know, and we also know that the credibility of these witnesses, which was shown on cross-examination, was either just the result. Oh, hold on. We're in court. Give me a moment.
Versus Raul Valle. I would ask counsel to please first place their appearances on the record for purposes of today's proceedings.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Durso for the State of Connecticut.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tatiana Messina for the State of Connecticut.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kevin Smith for the defendant, Raul Valle.
All right, thank you very much. Court has a matter to put on the record at this point in time, and then we'll call the jury in. So, counsel, as you are aware, the court received a note yesterday evening at approximately 4:45 while taking the bench to dismiss the jurors for the day. Due to the lateness regarding the hour of the day and the closure of our court facilities at 5 p.m., the court decided to address the note on the record this morning. Counsel has had the opportunity to review the note, and it will be marked as a court exhibit for ID purposes only, as it does contain the deliberative process of the jurors. The note does, however, indicate that the jury remains deadlocked as to count 1, and also cannot reach a verdict at this time as to counts 2, 3, and 4. It is the court's intent to instruct the jury to continue its deliberations. I did have an opportunity to informally meet with counsel in chambers this morning. It is my understanding that both the state and the defense are in agreement with instructing the jury to continue on with its deliberations, with a short instruction to the jury regarding that continued process without at this time giving a Chip Smith charge or accepting any verdicts that may or may not have been reached. So I would hear from counsel on the record.
The state is in agreement with that, Your Honor.
That's correct.
All right. So with that, I do intend to instruct the jury to continue their deliberations. I will call them in. I also had an alternate juror, just for purposes of the record, indicate that the alternate juror had a medical appointment this afternoon. As you are aware, I have not discharged the alternate jurors. That alternate juror asked to be able to leave for his appointment and or be dismissed. I know that I met with counsel informally in chambers as well relative to that issue, and it was the decision based upon conferring with counsel to allow that particular alternate juror to leave for his medical appointment, but to keep the alternate juror on board with respect to his role as an alternate juror in this case. So the jury clerk is relaying that information to that particular juror. All right, does counsel wish to be heard on that?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Very good. So at this time, I would ask clerk to please bring in our jury. I would at this time ask counsel to please stipulate to the return of our jury.
The state will stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Thank you for returning for us today. So I do want to acknowledge that I did receive a note from you late yesterday afternoon, early evening, as I was taking the bench to dismiss you for the evening. It does appear from your note that you indicate that you are deadlocked as to count 1, so you remain deadlocked as to count 1, and also deadlocked as to certain charges at counts 2, 3, and 4. It does, however, appear to the court that you are deliberating as your duty requires. By the court's estimate, you have been deliberating a little less than 5 hours at this point in time. I would simply suggest that you continue with your deliberations. Again, you should review the evidence and the position of each juror to determine if any evidence has been overlooked or any juror's position misunderstood with respect to either the evidence or the law. I remind you that you may have portions of any testimony read back to you if you deem it essential for your deliberations. You have all the full exhibits with you in the court deliberations room. Kindly explain your views and listen to the views of others. That goes for everyone. Ultimately, of course, you will make up your own mind and decide this case on the basis of your own individual judgment and conscience. So at this time, I am going to redirect you to the jury room to continue on with your deliberations relative to this case. Thank you. Thank you, counsel. Do either of you wish to be heard on the court's instruction to the jury?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, at this time, the court will move into recess. Thank you.
All right, court's in recess. All right, guys. So what happened here? Just now that we saw, well, it looks like we're heading towards a potential mistrial. Now, what was referenced there, the Chip Smith charge, just so you know, that is in Connecticut, that is the equivalent of an Allen charge. Now, what you're seeing happen here is you're seeing the judge wanting to, because this jury obviously came out 2 hours in, which is not a lot of deliberation time, especially in a 10-day trial. Remember, the rule of thumb most judges will follow is at a minimum you would expect to see 1 hour of deliberation per 8-hour day. So in this case, you talk probably 8 to 10 hours. Once you get to that range, you're talking about that's what's expected, right? So this jury gave up in 2 hours and said, we're deadlocked, we'll count one. What we just heard, obviously, is that they're now deadlocked on 1, 2, 3, 4, and obviously, clearly, we don't know what direction it's going. We don't know if the one is guilty or if the one is not guilty. I hypothesized yesterday, and I still stand by that I believe that the fact that they were coming out and willing to declare themselves deadlocked and not willing to work through lessers tells me that the majority is probably not guilty in this case, and that there's somebody back there who's probably one of these strong believers like I have in my comments that we were going through, who says, I'm not moving on this. This kid's guilty. And there's 11 people that said, well, where do we go? I mean, we think it's not guilty by our self-defense. There isn't a lesser that covers this self-defense. So my opinion is that's where I fall on this. So what the judge is doing now, though, is basically the judge said next step is the Chip Smith instruction or charge, which is the Allen charge. Once that happens, the judge is kind of really nearing the end of options. There's 3 options really the judge can do after that. One, they're going to poll the jury individually and see, if basically by polling, they're not going to get into, are you guilty or are you not guilty? They're going to go, do you believe further deliberation is fruitful? And if all 12 say no, she's going to be stuck declaring a mistrial. Now, she also knows that this is a case that has had, as you heard throughout the case, there's been problems with viewers in the courthouse. There's been altercations. There were altercations during pretrial. This is something I'm sure the judge says, I want to be done with this case. I'd like to get a verdict. The defense and the state, they obviously had a meeting this morning, and we're meeting on the case and or on what was going to happen here. Now, the defense, of course, if this turns out to be a guilty verdict and we find out that there's one not guilty, the other thing that she's trying to do is she's trying to walk that line to say we're not trying to influence that juror or put too much pressure on that juror. And we're just, but that's the danger. Whether it's guilty or not guilty, that's what the judge is doing here. If we know there's one person back there who has really strong ideals, she's trying to break that person down. And this, to me, is where I really think I have a problem with that, because to me, that person is entitled to. They clearly have doubt about the state's case, and what they're trying to do right now is break them down. Provided that this is 11-1, everybody else is guilty. Or there's one person back there that says, I don't have any doubt about the state's case. So you got 11 people that have doubts about the state's case, and either they're going to be forced to come back across and say, well, you're come back across and now find someone of the lessers. So all right. So Adam Roscoe says, let's see here. It says, I don't know where you guys live, but up here in blue state, self-defense doesn't work in this case. Well, that's potentially, like I said, if there's 11 people that are going for guilty and there's one person up here that it does work for, but that's why you got to get 12. But I also think that this is where the judge really is diving into some dangerous territory, and this is why she's trying to do a tightrope walk and this is why I also believe she didn't deal with it. She could have dealt with this at 4:45. There's no reason why she couldn't have. What she wanted to do, this is a strategic thing. For her, she feels like she created the situation where she gives them a break. Whoever the holdout is goes home. Now she brings them back in. She's going to send them back to the jury room. I guarantee you, within 2 hours, they're going to be back out saying that they're deadlocked, and she's going to be giving the Chip Smith charge. That's what I think. I've seen it. Now if somehow they 11 people break to find some sort of a position of compromise. But I mean, I think you're so far off. If you've got one person who says it's self-defense, and then you're going to try to get them to come in and say, no, it's man two. No, it's man one. But then you've got people that are saying we agree it's first, or it's the big M, which there's really no degrees in Connecticut. I mean, how do you get there? That gap doesn't get settled by manslaughter, right? Because somebody who thinks it's self-defense does not run over and say it's manslaughter. I'm okay with manslaughter. So Sherry Looney says he killed a child. Sherry, okay, he killed a child. That doesn't mean self-defense is impossible. These were children killing children. Okay, this was not a 50-year-old man who killed a child or beat a child to death or something like that. These are kids who were within their own peer group. So the fact that a child died, you've got to take the blinders off of emotion in that sense, and you've got to look at this under the law, and you've got to look at this under the fact that there were 30 children attacking. I mean, are you desensitized to the fact you think it's okay that 15 kids converge on somebody and beat the hell out of them when they all could have called 911 and said, excuse me, we've got some people here. They could have gone in that house, called 911, and had the police there. Instead, they decided to do a group beatdown. And yet everyone here that supports, that's one to bring up, oh, it's a child. You're okay with that? I mean, what? How are you okay with saying that it's okay that a group of 15, 16 kids beats one kid to the point of having concussions and contusions and gets beaten until he's bloody and unconscious? Oh, that's okay, right? And then one kid pulls a knife out to save his friend. Oh yeah, he went in there. He wanted to go settle it. He didn't want to go settle. He could have pulled the knife out. He could have got out. If he wanted to go do it, he would have got out of the car, pulled out, and just started stabbing everybody. He didn't pull that knife out right away because he didn't even know a knife existed until Jack Schneider handed it to him. Well, no, I do understand that, Hannah B. What I'm saying is that the three were stabbed, yes, while they were beating Raul, although they did not realize they had been stabbed right away. Although it's not exactly abundantly clear because Faison was involved in the second beating of Raul when he came back, okay? And that's the part that when Raul says, if you listen to his testimony and he comes back, and again, none of that is on tape because the tape stops and we don't see. What we know is that Raul goes back in and in words circulating, there's a knife, and Raul shows back up and they start beating on him again. And then that's when Jimmy McGrath gets stabbed. Okay. But yes, the initial stabbing. But remember, if he never stabs anyone in that time when he's getting beaten on the ground, they never stop beating on Tyler De Silva. The only reason why they stop beating on De Silva is because he starts stabbing people, to which he runs over to the car and realizes De Silva is still over there. De Silva's still getting beaten as he runs over to the car. He goes back over to try to get him out, and they cross paths. By then, he's back in the Thunderdome. He's getting beaten. Okay? He's getting beaten. He did retreat. He did retreat in the sense that, listen, you have to look at all of these. This is the part that if you accept that they went down there to go beat, to think they were going to take on 30 people at one time, that's ridiculous. They did not go down there to do that. He did not go down there to stab people. He went down there because he's thinking they're going to go down there and have a chat with Tyler De Silva, and he was backing up, or not De Silva, with Tyler Rich, and he's backing up De Silva. They go down there, and the first thing Rich does is punch De Silva in the face, and then the whole gang converges on him. And then they begin getting beaten up. These boys didn't think that was going to happen. They certainly did not go down there and go, yeah, let's go down there and start knifing everybody because you jacked up our car. They went down there because they were like, okay, something's got to be done about this. The car got upset. Who's going to pay for the car? They jacked your car up, okay? And then when that happens, they go back down there, not to fight, but to go talk about this situation. And that's why they're dropped off and they leave, because they're thinking, Tyler De Silva has assured everyone, I know people down there. Let me go talk to them. And that, I believe, is absolutely what he was thinking when he went back down there. You really think he's like, oh, yeah, we're going to go down there. Let's go down there and fight 30 people with a 3-inch pocket knife. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It belies any sense whatsoever. It does not. You cannot see the fight of Raul, only the one of Tyler De Silva. He gets beaten and was in a panic. They say he could go away, but the others could not. And that's what I'm saying. No one else had a knife because he was flipped the knife. He was flipped the knife and he put it in his pocket. He did not go down there with the knife out. Not one person said that he comes down there, knife out, ready to go. He starts to get beaten. It's in his pocket. He pulls it out and he starts using the knife, a 3-inch pocket knife, okay, which in his mind probably is not going to be a death machine, okay? But when you're beating someone with your feet and you're stomping someone with your feet and you're punching somebody with your fists, and it's 30 fists or 15 fists, and really it's 30 because there's 2 fists and 2 hands, two feet on everybody. So when 15 people on there, you got 30 fists and 30 feet stomping down on one individual. Guess what? That's very deadly. Christine McGovern says, I don't see how this is anything but guilty. You bring a knife out and start stabbing people. That's too much. He didn't need to use it. He could have just shown it. How do you show it to 15 people that are beating on you, who don't care, who are stomping you, punching you, Christine McGovern? Like, I don't think that anyone is really thinking in the moment of what this looks like. It's a 15-second moment where, 15 to 30 seconds, maybe a minute, where these people are coming in and they go and they're at you. And when you're watching a video or you're thinking about this, you're not thinking of being in the middle of 15 people beating you. Tyler De Silva's injuries were real and very real the next day. He was unconscious and bloody, and yet that's just skipped over. It doesn't matter. No one even takes that into account. He was beaten up very, 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 very badly. Haven't heard anybody arguing it's okay for the kids to beat each other up. It's not good for sure. However, stabbing, that's what you're essentially saying. You're basically saying that this kid was supposed to somehow with 15 to 16, there's a group of 30 kids who converge on the car, that they come out, and then the 15 or 16 that are out there who break up and start beating these kids and are beating two people. That's essentially what you all are saying when you're saying that, oh, well, it's okay what they were doing. Oh, it's okay that was happening. He's supposed to just say, hey, excuse me, stop, please stop. Oh, I have a knife here. Please stop. What the hell? What the hell are you talking about? If he does that, they're gonna knock the knife out of his hand and just keep stomping on his face. It doesn't make sense. It's not how it works. That's not how something like that would go down. Sherry Looney, he absolutely did get beat up, and he did have marks on his head. He had a bruise on the back of his head. Did he get beat up as bad as Tyler DaSilva? No, because he pulled the knife out and began to defend himself to get the hell out of there. Okay? So, no, he did not get the same beatdown as Tyler DaSilva because Schneider gave him the knife. DaSilva didn't have the pocket knife, and DaSilva gets beaten bloody. But remember, you can defend others and yourself. So if he's there defending DaSilva and trying to get him out of the group, he has the right to do that. But when you have 30 hands and 30 feet that are beating on somebody, that's overwhelming force. Jasmine Muscolini says exactly, Sandra. How do you know that, Sherry? You only know what the prosecution showed you. Did you ever hear of exculpatory? Well, here's the other thing, too, is that, again, remember, these kids that we're relying on have incentives to lie. And one of the instructions the judge gave this jury and gives every jury is when you're evaluating the testimony of a witness, you get to look and evaluate it under the idea of, especially when they've shown, which they did, they showed inconsistencies in almost every one of these kids' statements. And then when you're evaluating it and you go, okay, so clearly they're not telling the truth in some aspects. The question is, can you rely on their testimony? And the question is the story they're telling, do they have a benefit from it? And every single one does. Because every single one could have faced charges if they were viewed as the aggressors. So every single one had an incentive to lie and to reframe and to not tell the truth. And that comes back to what I was talking about yesterday, where we know there are other videos that could have absolutely said we don't have to rely on anyone. But they strategically only gave the police the videos, or maybe the police only accepted the videos that left enough ambiguity that these kids could then come put their own narration behind it and reframe it. Sending Raul to prison doesn't change things. Holding homeowners accountable may prevent other kids from harm. Make parents think, absolutely, 100%. I mean, again, if we're talking about justice here and accountability, which in justice in the form of basically meaning accountability, then how does everyone think that only holding Raul Valle accountable is okay? But how do we put it all on his shoulders? It's ridiculous. All right, so George Meyer, someone who definitely, I live here in the town of Shelton. My opinion is Jack should have never drove there, and he should have never gave Raul the knife. No one should have gotten immunity like it's been said for the last 2 weeks. Thank you, George Meyer, and thank you for commenting. I'm glad somebody from the community is in here and is commenting, on this. I'm assuming the community, George, if you're still here, the overwhelming sentiment is that they're against Raul Valle, I would imagine. I don't know. But, I mean, to me, this should be embarrassing for everyone there to look at how this prosecution and the police have basically allowed a whole bunch of people to walk free that should be being held accountable. And if justice is going to be framed as accountability, then this is an injustice. Just convicting Raul Valle and sending him to prison is an injustice in this case, and thinking, oh, okay, we got the bad guy. You didn't get the bad guy, because the bad guy is not Raul Valle in this. Valle is part of the overall situation, and is part of a systemic breakdown of this culture that develops that says kids will be kids and let them drink and let them drink at a house and let's have house parties and let's have no accountability from adults, and they let it go. And then you see now today, it's like these things get on steroids in terms of how bad they can blow up, because you've got the instigation that goes on by using social media and things like Snapchat, Instagram, chat rooms, all this stuff, and it blows it up beyond what, in ways that normally that first fight, everybody goes home, right? If nobody has Snapchat, nobody has social media, everybody goes home, cools off, and they show up, the next event or whatever, and it's done, right? Maybe a couple of people get together and they fight. Nobody knows where to go to the next party. There's not a way to get the whole group moving over there. And there's not a way to get 30 people or 40 people inflamed to the degree that when they do show up, they all go out and converge on them and decide to do a group beatdown. So this is an indictment more of basically generations not being able to understand what's happening here, and the way these things can just absolutely turn into go nuclear fast because of the way the kids are connected today, and not realizing that it's not enough just to end the party. It's also enough to say, okay, let's figure out what's going on here, and let's make sure that these sites. I mean, well, let's whittle it down to whatever this app they were using was that they were in this group chat. I don't know if it was Snapchat or not, or where it was at, but there's talk of a fight in there. So there should be, that app should have been alerting things or alerting someone or saying, hey, wait a minute, shut that down. We've got to be able to use the technology that got us here and say, okay, there should be fail safes built into it that says, wait a minute, there's talk of a fight, there's talk of pulling up, there's talk of violence, and now there's an obligation on the app that says this app has been used to instigate violence, and there should have been notifications made to the authorities. They have addresses in there, all the information is there. I mean, and that should be something that they should be required to do. You don't get the privacy of instigating violence on a public forum, to me. And I think there should, unless you're doing it on the privacy of your phone. But if you're going somewhere like this and young kids under the age of 18 are using this, then it should be immediately have brought this to light. Let's see here. So Jazz Muscalini says he did get beat up 4 days after the fight. He didn't have marks on his face. Absolutely nothing to do with he did get beat up. You just don't see it. He absolutely did get beat up. And the thing about it is the point is that he was able to get himself freed of everything. And again, at the same time, minor injuries and scratches, it's not about he has a right to defend Tyler Da Silva. It's his friend. Okay. The law sees that. The only way that he gets invalidated from doing that is if he's looked at as an aggressor, an initial aggressor, which in my opinion, you can't look at him as an initial aggressor when he was invited. The first party is irrelevant. He was invited there by people in that chat, and he was brought there and by Jack Schneider. And then they go down there, and then this group comes into a public space, the public road, a public roadway, and destroys the vehicle. Now, yes, just like those kids could have called 911, Jack Schneider should have called 911 or called a parent and said, they freaking destroyed a car. But they didn't do that. And I think that's why it's important to understand why the psychology of these kids would not allow them to do that, and why they would go back and say, we're going to go talk to them one-on-one and say, hey, wait a minute, you guys just destroyed my car. How are we going to settle this? Sherry Looney, he didn't do anything to get killed besides do what every other kid that was there. And unfortunately, it's sad that Jimmy got killed, but any other kid that was in that situation, it could have happened to him. He didn't this wasn't specific to Jimmy. This wasn't because Jimmy McGrath did something bad or because Jimmy McGrath was targeted. This was an eruption of this group of kids that just blew up, and it's sad and it's terrible. Paul Georgia says, it's amazing. You seem to know exactly what was going on in Raul Valle's mind, don't you? You seem to be able to know that he's a bad, murderous dude, right? You seem to know it. You seem to think that even though it makes no sense with the sequencing of events or anything that was testified to, Paul Georgia, you seem to know, don't you? And everybody else does. That says, oh, yeah, he just decided to go take a knife and go down and start knifing people. You seem to know that he's this violent individual. I did not see any character instance that said that any other instances in Raul Valle's life ever showed that he was a violent individual or that he was any different than those kids that were all out there doing the same exact things. Yet you seem to know enough about him that you're putting him into that. What I'm saying is there is a large abundance of studies that are out there, and I have looked at those, and I have seen those in other cases that I've seen in other cases where there's been cases of groups of teens doing this. The Nicolay Mew case is another demonstration of what happens when the youth when youth get together and the undeveloped frontal cortexes, the part of the brain of the decision making where we would see the consequences of what we're doing and we would look forward. And guess what? They don't think like that. They think in the moment. And then when they all get together, they think in the moment of proving themselves to each other. Why do you hear so many times when a group of kids get together? There was two boys that got together, and together they killed. And it was shown in their sentencing hearings that they would never have done that, but they were literally, each one, it was like, oh, wow, I can't look weak to the other. And they literally put that above everything else. And at that age, that's what happens. And then when you get 30 of them together and you get females viewing the whole thing, I mean, look at what Tanner Chernowski said. Why was he videotaping? I want to show some girls. I mean, that's the depth of the thoughts that are going on. I'm not in their heads. I'm listening to their testimony. And I'm not being blinded by, well, oh, somebody died. I can't hear anything else. I'm listening to their testimony. I'm listening to their thoughts. I've raised, boys, 4 boys at varying different ages and seen the depth of stupid. I myself recall my own depths of stupid when I was young. Sarah Christine McGovern says, Raul crossed the line by bringing out a knife and using it. You, sir, are Looney Tunes with your analogy. No, I think you're Looney Tunes with the fact that you keep talking about the fact that he's bringing out a knife and using it when he's got 15 people sicked on him. I mean, listen, I'm sorry. Is it okay for some? I mean, or I'm guessing you would have a problem that if someone had mace in their pocket and they were in the middle of a mugging and they used it, should they not use it? No, of course they should use it. If you're getting mugged or getting assaulted in a parking lot and you had a pocket knife in your pocket, which you didn't put there to kill anyone, but you just had it in your pocket, and suddenly you have a group of 5 people that are beating on you and you're on the ground, are you going to pull the knife out? Is it really unreasonable to use a knife in that instance? No. What's stupid is the idea that you're supposed to lay there on the ground, not pull out a knife, take a beating, risk brain injury. It's ridiculous. Evelyn P., even the prosecution knows there's reasonable doubt. Why do you think? Of course, yes. And you could see he wasn't even comfortable with the arguments he was making. It was not, the defense had a magnificent closing argument in the way he presented things, while the state looked uncomfortable and then relies on cheap tricks like crying and invoking the fact that he had, that he has a kid and it makes him cry. And that was exactly trying to go to an appeal. And that is a true sign that when you're in a court of law and that's what you're invoking and you're not invoking the evidence and the overwhelming evidence that you claim to have. And when you're a state, you're supposed to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you're sitting there invoking emotion during your closing argument, that is a major, major tell that you're in trouble. I'm sorry, but that mugshot was 4 days after May 14th. Yes, it was. And Jazz Muscolini says, Raul got kicked in the head to start. Why did he kill? Sherry Looney says, why did he kill Jimmy? I think we've already established what happened with killing Jimmy. First of all, it was not because he had anything against Jimmy McGrath. It was because he's over there getting attacked and he's flailing the knife around, okay? First of all, like his attorney said, the stab wounds and the way he stabbed, it was a freak accident that knife caused the death of Jimmy McGrath in the way it did, okay? So I don't think there was no proof put forth that Raul Valle is a knife expert or that he's an expert in stabbing people and killing people. Okay. So we know it was an accident in the sense of he was trying to get himself out of the situation. He's stabbing people. He's trying to use the knife to get out of it, and he stabs Jimmy. And it's an accident in that sense. And the intent, which is all that is at hand in this trial, was he intending to kill Jimmy? No. He was intending to get the hell out of a group of people that were beating him after he realized his friend had already been thrown out, is laying over there bloody, beaten, and halfway unconscious. And then he's trying to get his way out so he can get back in the car and get the hell out. One moment here. So Corey Cantrell says, you're pretty obtuse, my guy. Fighting people is bad. Killing people is incomparably worse. It's cut and dry, crystal clear. You don't stab people unless you intend to killing them, period. Okay, Corey Cantrell, that is a ridiculous statement. That's not true at all. And you can stab people for very different reasons. You certainly do not use a 3-inch pocket knife as a killing tool. That doesn't make any sense. And that is ridiculous. Clearly, like I said, it's the separation here of just because death occurs does not mean it's criminal. There are various reasons, and there is a reason for self-defense laws. There's a reason why states like Maryland has a stand your ground, Florida has a stand your ground. There's a reason why states have stand your ground and has the ability to say, yes, you can use force for certain reasons. Connecticut doesn't have that. Connecticut has saying, they do recognize self-defense as a defense, and they put some conditions on it. But absolutely does not. The only reason why you stab someone does not have to just be to cause death. That is not at all logical, nor does it make sense. So, I don't know. I don't know if you're not giving that the depth of thought that you need to, because there are absolutely reasons you can. If somebody comes, if I have a pocket knife in my pocket and somebody comes at me and I'm sitting there, I'm not trying to kill them, I'm trying to get them off me. And if somebody dies as a result of that, okay, I'm sorry. That's terrible. But it does not mean that every stab I made was to kill somebody. It was, or every punch or every hit or every time you shoot a gun doesn't mean that you're trying to kill somebody. Okay. That's a ridiculous statement to just make that as a universal statement like you're making. So Corey Cantrell further follows up later on, says, I was justified to kill anybody me or one of my friends got in a fight with in high school. You're being good. That's not what we're saying at all. A fight, you get on a one-on-one fight, an equal fight. No, you're not justified to kill anybody. Sometimes though, and when you punch somebody in the face, they fall back and hit their head, they die. But no, absolutely not. I don't think a fight, I don't think what we would call what was going on there was a fight. What we would call was a mob violence is what that was, where a mob of people came together with 30 hands and 30 feet, and they became deadly. And that's the part you're missing. We're not talking about in singular. We're not talking about, okay, two guys square up with each other. No. And if that's what happened in this instance, where it's like, all right, hey, we're going to fight, and he pulls a knife out because he's losing the fight and stabs the guy, no, that's not self-defense at all. 30 hands, 30 feet, no way to get out. They're beating and beating and beating, potentially going to break your bones, potentially going to knock you unconscious, potentially going to stomp you to death because they again, they're not seeing it. They're in this state of mind. And this is exactly why they needed the experts to come in and talk about how this develops and how these teenage mobs like this can develop and how they're not going to see it. They're not going to see what's happening through the lens of how you would if it was individualized, or even if it was somebody who has the fully developed brain where they're looking at this stuff. They're looking at it in a totally different lens and totally different point. of view. And for them, that's very dangerous when you're the guy in the middle of that mob. And from his perspective, he doesn't see a way out. So he starts trying to do stuff. Valerie Taft makes a very good point. Why is he the scapegoat? That's exactly right. Jazz Muscolini says, and as a matter of fact, Christine, if you were speaking to me, I spent every single day and night watching and viewing over and over, even fell asleep several times a night to the testimony. Okay, well, sounds like you, again, I don't think anybody should discredit somebody and say they didn't watch the trial or whatnot. Everybody watches the trial, and jurors do the same thing. And remember, jurors don't get the benefit of YouTube or court TV or rewinding it back. They have to watch it off of their first impression of that testimony, and that's the only impression they get of that testimony. So with jurors, imagine when you're in that jury room fighting and arguing and trying to remember it, and you don't get to rewind the tape. No, he was guilty. He should have retreated. Well, I mean, I think this is why you're finding that this is how this jury is going to be. So I think there's a lot of truth in the matter. Someone said earlier that I don't think they're going to be able to come to a resolution, and I think that's a very true statement, because it's once you dig in on either side, it's going to be hard to find common ground when you're arguing between self-defense and say, okay, well, let's just agree to manslaughter, because again, manslaughter doesn't solve a self-defense argument. If you're believing it's self-defense, you're not going to feel satisfied going, okay, yeah, let's stop at manslaughter, because it can't be manslaughter then. Self-defense is self-defense. And that's why I think the judge is definitely, depending on how this turns out, is definitely opening up the potential that this thing on appeal, especially if it turns out that there was one person holding out for not guilty and she works them down like she has, with not allowing this to go to become a mistrial. Now, of course, if it turns out it's 12 or 11 for self-defense and 1 for guilty, the defense is saying, damn, we were this close to winning. This close to winning. All right, so George Meyer says, this is our Shelton insider, says, I live here in the town of Shelton. It's very sad for our hometown that this happened. The Shelton boys and girls should have never invited them to the house. My opinion, no one should have got immunity. I agree. I think that's a problematic situation, but you got to understand, George, I think the way the state viewed it here is they're either going to have to prosecute everyone, but then who's the witnesses to prove anything? So I think the way the prosecutors felt is that they had to give immunity to somebody, because they had to get people to talk, and nobody was going to talk, especially because these kids were smart enough to get lawyers and they had means and resources. If this would have been kids with less means and resources, maybe the immunity deals wouldn't have been necessary. Jazz Muscolini says, I was by myself in my own home and had an intruder. My 12-year-old and only child had just gone off to her bus for school. No one else was there. I didn't hit back. I saw stars, and collapsed down because no one was there to see it. Does that mean the intruder didn't break my face in 4 places or ruin my beauty and my inner self forever? Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like I said, it's a situation where, again, I think a lot of people, it's easy to sit on the sidelines with something like this and not really understand, because one of the requirements, and we go back to this yesterday, you are required when evaluating a self-defense case not to look at it from your perspective sitting here today. You have to go back to the moment. You have to put yourself in the eyes of the defendant, which is why it's always important if you're going to claim self-defense, you have to hear from the defendant. And you have to see it how he saw it that night. You have to see things from his perspective. And that is the part that people are not doing. That is the part. That is the thing that's. Corey Cantrell says, I can't believe you're actually sitting here excusing this kid for deciding to stab people in this stab. Well, Corey, I can't believe you're excusing mob violence. I can't believe that you think it's okay that a mob and group of kids can get together, beat someone nearly to death, and that's okay. I can't believe that you think that's something that someone should have to take when they have at that moment they have no other options. They're being beaten. They're in the middle of a group of people who are kicking, hitting, punching. I can't believe that you would think that hey, stay there and let's see if they by the grace of their own sense of decency and morals, maybe they don't finish me off. No. That doesn't make any sense. You have a right to defend yourself in that instance. And they invited them there. They invited them there with the intent to do exactly what they did. Let's look at it from that perspective. They went out there. They went into the public. Let's look at this. They went into the street. Okay. That car was not parked in Tyler Rich's driveway. They did not have a right to go into a public street that wasn't Tyler Rich's house. There was no trespassing going on at that time and destroy that vehicle. An attempt to get inside that vehicle and try to break the window of the vehicle. Now, was it stupid for these kids to go back down there and try to talk to them after that? Absolutely. Because De Silva didn't think that they would actually do that to him. But what he did is he underestimated how this stuff works when you get a group of young, drunk children together. Dina L. Shama says, and it's untrue that he went back and got that knife. He reverted to it when he found all those kids circling him and he panicked. He's no saint, but neither are any of them. That's exactly correct. And that's something that needs to be corrected. He did not go back and get the knife. Christine McGovern says, I'm with you, Ryan. This guy's thought process, I can't understand. And let's see what Ryan says. Ryan says, are you saying the app's fault? This is the most ridiculous. That's not what I was saying. I'm not saying it's the app's fault. Like, listen, make fair arguments. Listen. How about listening? Again, I think what we see here is we're seeing a diagnosis of a problem. Things are not being listened to fully, and they're being reacted to. And as a result, this is where things go off. This is why we're where we're at with this. We're reacting to the death. We're not looking at everything else, and we're missing important details. What I said is I said that the app is that if we're trying to get justice in the sense of accountability, we need to hold all parties accountable. It is absolutely not the app's fault. But what I'm saying is there's an opportunity here to look at how this developed and to understand the world as it is today, because it is a fundamental misunderstanding of the generations of how these things develop, and realizing that these are the dangers. This is how these things can develop, and how something small that 20 years ago, without all the technology and the apps around, would have never developed into someone dying. But this is how it ends up in a group mob beatdown with kids showing up and rolling up at houses in cars, and that all these people get inflamed because there's all this availability to be able to very quickly bring this fight from one party across town and get a group of 70, 30, 40, 50, 60 kids upset. And here we end up. There's an opportunity within this, but what we're looking at, but if all we do is think that justice is and accountability is locking Raul Valle up for the rest of his life, we failed. You haven't done Jimmy McGrath any service in stopping there. There's a bigger, more systemic issue that is at hand. What in the world is happening? Sorry, guys. I was checking out another stream. I don't know what's going on with it. But anyways. So, no, I'm not saying it's the app's fault. I'm saying, that's preposterous. So it looks like Sherry Looney, let's see here. It's not mob violence. He did not go to the hospital. Sherry Looney, Tyler De Silva did go to the hospital. And he did get treated for concussion and contusions. Yes, he did. And it was mob violence. Okay? It was absolutely mob violence. It's the definition of mob violence. I don't think you're being fair, Sherry, in your assessment of this, because I think for some reason you're so triggered by the fact that this young man lost his life that you're not able to assess the circumstances surrounding it. And I understand that, like, sometimes it really is something that it overwhelms people. And I understand that. Jackie Cellini says, I fear that if he's convicted, he won't be able to handle 60 years in prison. He will be killed or kill himself. To sentence him to life, well, I know, and that's the consequences of prison. You know, that's the sad part of this whole thing. Pam Rush says he didn't even know he killed someone till his girlfriend was texting him and everyone was texting her. That's exactly right. I mean, look, he wasn't out to kill anyone. You know, and Bad Barney says, did you watch the trial, Sherry, or parts? Well, I don't think we should discredit anyone's viewpoint of the trial, but I think people can watch the trial. You're going to watch every moment of the trial. But again, there will be certain parts and pieces that will trigger them in a way that may cause biases to come out and may cause them to react and may cause them to not be able to see what we saw because of the emotion of the moment of dealing with the fact that, yes, a young man lost his life, but it goes deeper than that. A young man lost his life among his peers, among other people who were in his peer group, and that's it. So, you know, and it's tragic. It truly is. Crafty Nana, absolutely 110%. That is the failure here. I think you're correct on that. And that's something I touched on yesterday is that, yes, every criminal case is supposed to begin at a presumption of innocence. So you are supposed to presume self-defense and then work backwards and then say, is every single possible doubt removed that this was self-defense? And he raised the preponderance of evidence himself by raising it and testifying to it, which is evidence. The defense put forth the evidence, which is his testimony. And as a result, he's given the benefit of the presumption of innocence. It's presumed that what he said is correct. The state then must disprove that. And if you look at the witnesses they put on, and you look at the fact that many of them are proven to have had inconsistencies for one reason or another, many of them have reasons for their own self-interest that they would lie. The video is incomplete. We know there are other videos out there that the state chose not to put forth. We know that, you know, I don't understand how any jury would say beyond a reasonable doubt that this guy went into some, you know, rage and decided I'm just going to go start killing people for no reason. It's ridiculous. It really is. So Denise Hamlet says, I don't think he knew how many got hurt. He was scared. Absolutely. I don't think he did either. So, but anyways, guys, so I'm gonna have to run here. We're gonna keep monitoring this all day long, and I'll come back in here hopefully in a little while. I've got to go. I got to go run, get on the road for a little while and run a few errands. But bottom line is, we've got. If you guys are waiting and looking for trials, we've got a couple trials right now. There's a trial starting. The college student who really not much to see as far as guilt or innocence in that case, in my opinion. I think it's a bench trial. You're going to see the nuance of the law argued, but it's the young man who fled to Jordan while he was out on bond, but he basically strangled a lady, took her earrings, and that's what he's charged with. And then we've got the wife who's alleged to have conspired with her lover to gun down her husband. Both of those are going on if you're looking for something to watch while you're waiting for and checking back and waiting to see what happens here. But we will be watching it. And of course, once a verdict comes down or a resolution comes down, we'll be back to talking about it. Let me check one more time in here. Let's see what Bad Barney said. Raul Valle was taken to the hospital after the fight, according to court proceedings. He left for Vermont with his cousin on legal advice and stopped at a hospital where he was diagnosed with a concussion and head injuries. Thank you. See, this is why I think that they should have been allowed, or the defense should have put forth that stuff. Because it should have been known that he did get injuries and he was hurt. Well, Jackie, I think, listen, you see how passionate everybody is about their positions here. Have faith that if that one person is not guilty, they're not going to give in. I don't think they are. I think that within, 11 o'clock right now, I think by noon, they're going to come back out and say they're further deadlocked. They're going to give the Chip Smith charge then, which is the Allen charge in Connecticut. And I think by the end of today, they're going to have a declared mistrial, unless the person caves. But I don't think they will. I think this is a case that I think this is the case. So, oh yeah, okay, Bad Barney, you're right, because remember, Raul Valle went to Florida and he did not go to the hospital. I mean, I was surprised when you were saying this. Now he did not, but that was De Silva, because De Silva went and he had concussion and head injuries. But no, Valle never went to the hospital. He went home, and then he went to Florida the next day and flew to Florida. And it was when he got to Florida that he finds out that somebody actually died, because he finds out from his girlfriend, and he goes over and tells his parents, and then they begin to, he stays in Florida for a couple days, and then they negotiate his return, and then he comes back, turns himself in, and gets locked up, and then eventually gets bonded out and has been on house arrest ever since. Anyways, with that said, guys, I appreciate all of you. I appreciate everybody who disagrees with me. I appreciate everybody who agrees with me. Do it respectfully to everyone. Please keep the chat respectful. We can all disagree and do it respectfully. So please do that. I invite all perspectives, but we can't do it in a negative way, right? Let's not, and nobody gang up on anybody. We don't want any group mob violence here in any chats or anything. So keep it respectful, and I will be in and out of here talking with you guys throughout the day. Let's keep it going. So anyways, guys, I appreciate all of you, and I will be talking to you soon. And until then, let justice prevail.
Judge Murphy, good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, everyone. You may be seated. Counsel, as you are aware, we did receive a note indicating that the jury would like to hear Raul Valle's testimony concerning if he knew Tyler DeSilva was on the street when he returned from the Honda Pilot and they crossed paths. Did he recognize that it was Tyler? The video shows they crossed. Well, that was at 2:52. We have spent some time trying to pinpoint the testimony both in direct as well as cross-examination. It's my understanding that we have an agreement relative to the portion of the testimony that would satisfy, we believe, the jury's inquiry, although it seems to be a little bit unclear, but we've done our best to provide a limited amount of testimony, but broad enough to satisfy what we believe to be their concerns. I'll hear from counsel if you have any questions or concerns relative to the testimony that we're about to play.
The state has no concerns at this time, Your Honor.
The defense has no concerns, Your Honor, based on the discussions we had with each other.
Okay, very good. So my intention is to bring them in, acknowledge the note, and then let them know that we are going to play a portion of testimony first, which was a testimony clip from direct examination, to be followed by a clip of testimony from cross-examination. All right, so if we could please bring the jury. Court will mark the in their presence. No. Are you welcome? So counsel, please stipulate to the presence of all of our jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. Which exhibit number is this?
This will be number 9.
Number 9. All right. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your continued deliberations with respect to this matter. As I indicated earlier, you do have the opportunity to have parts or portions of testimony played back to you upon your request. I did receive a note, which will be marked as Exhibit 9. The time 2:52. It did take us some time to locate the portion of the testimony that we believe satisfies your inquiry. So you're first going to hear a clip of Raul Valle's testimony that occurred during direct examination, and then thereafter you will hear an additional clip of testimony that occurred during the cross-examination of Raul Valle. Okay, so it is going to be played. There are speakers here. I would ask you to please listen intently. I'd ask everyone else to please try to be silent.
Could you see Tyler DeSilva at that point?
When I was at the car, I looked over and I saw Tyler DeSilva.
And what did you see Tyler DeSilva doing?
He was also on the ground getting beat up.
Could you tell how many people were beating him while he was on the ground?
I can't give a number.
And do you recall how many people were around you when you got shoved into the car, as you described it?
As soon as I looked back The first thing I was looking for was Tyler.
Okay. Did you see any of the people that had just been attacking you?
Yeah,
Where were they?
right on the edge of the lawn on the curb, somewhere on the street going back.
Did you see Ryan Hines anywhere?
No,
Did you know Tommy Connery before this?
no,
Did you know Ryan Hines before this?
no,
Did you know Faison Teal before this?
no,
Did you know Jimmy McGrath before this?
no.
You say you remember getting shoved to the car. Did you make it to the car eventually?
Yeah.
What did you do when you were at the car?
As soon as I looked for Tyler, I saw him getting beat on.
What was Jack Snyder doing?
Nothing.
Did he say anything when you went to the car?
I didn't even open the car door all the way.
Why didn't you just get in that car and leave?
I saw my best friend. He saw me get up. Nobody was helping him.
How did you feel?
It's still terrible. But I couldn't just let him be there alone. I felt like I had to see him.
Did you think that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you if you went back in there?
Objection as to what Jack Snyder was going to do.
Did you have any indication that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you?
No.
You didn't open that door at that point and take out that knife and then go back and stab those 4 kids.
No.
You already had that knife when you'd been attacked on the lawn the first time.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Positive.
You weren't upset that you had been attacked and went back to get that knife? Had you known about that knife being in the car prior to that evening?
No.
When you got back to that car, you didn't get back into the car, right? Why didn't you just go running off back down the street, back down Farmhouse Lane or down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse?
Well, I just couldn't tell.
Why not?
He was my best friend. Looked at him like a brother. What kind of me would I to just leave him there?
What did you worry might happen to him if you left him?
If he was in the same situation as me, I would
I'm going to object. Calls for speculation. This is what would happen with Tyler.
Sustained.
What were you worried about if you left and ran down to the end of Laurel Glen Farmhouse Lane?
At that time, I wouldn't have beat it out of there.
What happened next?
I found myself right on the edge of the grass on the curb.
How did you get there?
I just remember being there. I think I ran over.
What did you see when you got there?
Just another wall of people.
Did you see Tyler De Silva?
No.
Did you cross paths with Tyler De Silva?
Yeah.
You say another wall of people. Did you see Mr. Hines, who had been on top of you before?
I think so.
So that was the testimony of Mr. Valle on direct, and we're now going to play related testimony on cross-examination.
Now, at some point in time, you say you saw Tyler back on the lawn, right?
Yeah.
You still had the knife on you at that point, right? Knife was still out in your hand, right? And you come back into the fight, right?
Yeah.
Playing the video.
Now, Tyler's being pushed into the street at this point, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that there are no Shelton kids to the right of you, right? There's a car. You can see a car right there, right?
And this looks like
There's kids in front of you,
right, yes.
but there's no kids right to the right of you. There's a car. You can see the car. If there were, we wouldn't be able to see the car, right?
That's the street.
Right. There's nobody to the right of you, right? There's a kid in front of you.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of kids right
Right. There's a whole bunch of kids over here we can't see, but there's nobody to the right of you, right?
There's a kid right next to him.
There's a kid here. But I'm saying, is this you right here?
Yes.
Right. To the right of you, do you see a kid or a car?
That's the street.
That's the street, and there's a car there, right?
Yeah.
So there's nobody to the right of you, right? There's a car.
There's nobody in the street.
And there's nobody to the left of you other than Tyler DeSilva, right?
Yeah.
So when you're going back in, there's just a wall, right?
It's like this.
Right. But you're not surrounded at that point, right?
At that point, no.
No. But you go back in, Tyler's already pushed out into the street, right?
The video. I'm on my way back, guys.
But Tyler is no longer engaged in the fight, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that. So you just blacked out and ran right back into the fold. That's your testimony today?
Me on the guard. And it was just like a shoe horse of people.
A shoe horse, but not a circle. You were not encircled, right?
But was there anybody behind me?
Right. There's nobody behind you.
I don't think so.
Right. So you could have, if you chose to, you could have left. You could have retreated, right? So you could not have left because there were people around you?
Yes.
So you just said there was a semicircle of people on the yard. Now you're saying that you were surrounded.
It's like this.
So semicircle, right?
Yeah.
Not a circle. A circle goes like this, right?
Yeah, I wasn't going to turn my back to the many people.
You weren't going to. I'd move to strike as non-responsive, Your Honor.
After what happened last week.
You indicated when you made it back to the car, you were still terrified, right?
Yeah.
You were still scared. You came back in anyway, right? With the knife. And you ran over to the edge of the grass, right? And you passed Tyler, right?
Yes.
He passed you on your left, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, I hope that. Sorry. Are you recording? Sorry, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, you've heard the portion of the testimony that the court believes was relevant to answer your question. If you go back into the deliberations room and you feel that there is additional testimony that you need to put any of that testimony into perspective, whatever it is you're deliberating on, please just send out another note and we will do our best to answer any questions with any playback concerning any other issues or matters. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for continuing to follow the court's proceedings and procedure relative to the jury charge and your duty as jurors. I appreciate it. Thank you. You can go back into your deliberation. think your court's going to, just for the record, any comments by counsel relative to the playback?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the.
And it represents what each of you asked for and what we agreed upon would be played back to the jury with respect to Court's Exhibit 9.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Our court stands in recess.
All right. So let's talk about it, guys. What do you think is going on in the jury's mind after hearing that? I think one or two things is happening. I think, let's put it this way. If this is 11-1, meaning there's 11 people that are guilty and there's one person holding out on not guilty, you're going to see a verdict come down because I think they're going to flip based on that testimony. And this is why. Because someone back there is making an argument. Now, it's one or the other, or this might cause more discussion. If it's one person guilty, that person may dig in, and there's 11 people that might start questioning what they're hearing. Because what I think the arguments being made back there in that jury room is that, yes, he was attacked, but then he leaves, as the state says, whether he leaves to get a knife or whatever, but he returns, and that's ultimately when Jimmy McGrath gets stabbed. And what someone back there is making the argument is saying he sees De Silva leave, and then he returns angry that they've just beaten up his friend and goes in and stabs Jimmy McGrath, or maybe not specifically Jimmy McGrath because he's mad at Jimmy McGrath, but just goes back in and out of anger does the stabbing of Jimmy McGrath because he's just trying to exact his own carnage before he gets the heck out of there. And I think that's the argument that's being hypothesized back there right now. One of the things that I think that maybe the other side would be arguing in this instance is in that moment whether or not it was all registering. And this is where he really didn't do a very good job. This was the one thing that I thought stood out to me, where he was asked on direct, you cross paths with Jimmy McGrath, and then they never hit under direct. They should have had him get into all of that and really clarify all of that, but the attorney didn't. They just kind of breezed past it. When that's a pretty significant factor, because did you realize that night that you crossed paths with him, or are you realizing that now that you're viewing this videotape? And that is a huge difference and a huge factor of what he's saying there. is he saying he saw, or not Jimmy McGrath, Tyler Da Silva? Did he see Tyler Da Silva in the video that he crossed paths, or did he realize that, or did he think Tyler Da Silva is still there because they're going, he's heading back in to help Da Silva. Da Silva is tossed and he's heading back in, and next thing you know, he's back in the fray, and then he's getting beat down again. And then that's when Jimmy McGrath gets stabbed, because that's exactly what he goes on to say in his testimony, is that he next thing you know, he's back getting beat again, and he's not trying to target anybody, but he's trying to save himself. So I think that one person back there is trying to say, no, this kid didn't go back. This kid went back out of anger because he realizes how bad his friend got beaten. And I think somebody's trying to make that argument back there. It may be one sole person who's sticking with guilty and saying, see, this is going to support. So it may either sway some people if there is a majority of not guilty. Maybe some people will come back over. Maybe that's breaking. Maybe the tide's breaking. Or, like I said, this is going to be the kind of like similar in the Ferris jury, where they said that there was one person, two people, holdouts. Hold on one moment, guys. So, it was a similar scenario where they said they came to that jury and that they were holding out over the fact, how did she get the body down to the burn pile? And then somebody said, well, it really doesn't matter. All that matters is she was the only one there to put it in a burn pile, which wasn't necessarily true, because there was a lot more components to that whole situation. But it was something that when they had the holdouts, an overriding argument began to develop, and they got pushed in, and it's something you use to push a holdout. So whether or not this holdout is guilty, and they were all going to try to say, see, he thought, that McGrath, or not McGrath, he thought Da Silva was still engaged in the fight, then he thought Da Silva was still in the fight, so he runs back over to save him. I think that's the argument that's being fermented here in the jury room. That's saying, listen, he didn't go back. I mean, he may have went over there to save him, but now I think you're going to start getting into the argument that then anger takes over. He realizes his friend's safe. He's got the knife in his hand, and he gets, or goes after and stabs McGrath. McGrath falls down. He takes off, and he does it out of anger. Now, there's how you get to that. And then like I said, it's very likely we have a mixed verdict here, even if they find him guilty of the top charge, because that is a separate event. Now, they could say, if they believe the 3 stabbings occurred. Now, it seems like the defense was saying he didn't have the knife out because, of course, the state's own theory is that there were no stabbings the first time around, that he didn't stab anyone until he went back into the crowd. So now he introduced the idea that he comes in there, he has the knife in his pocket. Schneider says he already had the knife. So it sounds like the jury's either going to say, so depending on what the jury decides in the back, decides on what they believe happened, they could come back and say, yeah, he was defending himself then. He got out of it. He comes back thinking he's defending his friend, and then decides, okay, well, my friend's good. You know what? You look what you did to my friend, and out of anger, pop, pop, pop. Now, that's also a way that somebody could be talking someone into man one, because in that case, there could be an argument being made in the jury room that says that he's in a heat of passion. He's mad. He's angry at what happened to his friend. So boom, and that might be a selling point that they might be trying to sell a juror now that they're trying, the judge gave them that instruction and said, compromise. And they may be coming into saying, okay, how do we sell a man one or a man two to somebody who thinks it's self-defense, that says, okay, we get it. There was some self-defense. We'll meet you halfway. We'll acquit him of this. We'll acquit him of these. But we're going to come back on a man one or a man two verdict, because we're going to say that out of anger, in a heat of passion, because he's angry at what they did to his friend, he stabs McGrath. Not intending to specifically stab him, but, you know, well, I agree with you. I agree with you, Taz. I'm not saying that I believe this. I know he did it out. I believe he did it out of fear. I believe, but I'm saying I can see that what we're looking at here, the reason why they're going here is somebody in that jury room is trying to manufacture an argument to somebody who's probably standing on, in my opinion, if what we're probably looking at here, more likely than not, is it's unfortunate, but I think that we could be looking at where you have a couple again, one, maybe two, maybe three holdouts that are on self-defense, or maybe just one holdout. And that person is like, I'm not moving off of it. Because if they're stuck on self-defense, you know, how do you get to man one? How do you get to man two? I mean, self-defense alleviates all of that. So there's going to have to be a tightrope walk for somebody to say, okay, this is how we get this person across. We give them a couple of acquittals. We acknowledge their self-defense argument, and then we come over and we say, okay, but this is how we get to a conviction over here, which satisfies the rest of the room. And if they go man one, he faces 20 years in prison. Now it's man reckless, or it's man heat of passion, or intentional manslaughter, which would be heat of passion. So they could do, reckless would be as if he's, swinging the knife all around because he's angry and upset. I mean, there's various different ways they could get there, but this I could see have being the sell job to jurors in that room. Having been on a jury myself, once they're getting to a point now where they've probably realized now that the judges are going to let them go home. They're probably afraid to come out again. They know they keep being sent back. So at this particular point, they're trying to figure out, how do we get the hell out of here? And this is the way we're going to do it. We're not going to get out of here with a conviction of everything, because that doesn't seem like that's the direction of the room. So now it's a matter of, okay, how do we negotiate? The judge told us, consider lessers, which tells you, it's kind of telling that the judge went and actually directed them and said, go down for lessers. To me, I think that it's very clear to me that if you put yourself in like they're supposed to do, and you put yourself in the eyes of a 16-year-old kid, he's there. In those moments, although in video, you look at the video, it doesn't necessarily mean it registered to him that Tyler Da Silva is back behind him. He's running back in to save his friend. And for us, we're watching a video that is slowed down, that gives us a sense of time that is not really real to how it was experienced by him. But all of a sudden, he's back in. Now they're after him, and he's trying to get through the crowd and decides to, they're all on top of him. And next thing you know, like I said, he's trying to break free and get back over it. And he gets back over to the car. And by that time, Da Silva's in the car. He jumps in the car, and off they go. And he's like, shit, I stabbed some people. I mean, it even fits with what he said when he said, I stabbed 4 people, or however they say 4, but I doubt he even knew how many people he stabbed. He's probably like, I stabbed people, man. Like, oh my God. And then when he finds out someone dies, he knows how serious it is. But the bottom line is it doesn't change what his motivation or intent was. If his intent was to go over and kill people, then, that's one thing. But it doesn't, if his intent was over there to help his friend, and his intent was to try to, and get him out. But I think, this is where I think we're seeing the jury. This is what I'm saying. Back in that jury room, when you think the judge is never going to let us out of here, the only way we get out of here is figure out a verdict. Now what's happening right now, and this is really the sad part of the way this system gets worked, is nobody's really judging the evidence the way they really feel about the evidence. They're trying to figure out a creative way to justify to themselves how we can leave, because the judge has made it clear we are not letting you leave, even though we know that originally there was 11 people who'd made up their mind that they either had a reasonable doubt and they wanted to go not guilty, bad case, or there was 11 people that said we have no doubt, and there was one person that either had a reasonable doubt in their mind or had said, no, I believe there's a case to be made here. I believe that the state made their case. Regardless, even 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. This is the initial impression that these people walked away with. They sat for 10 days. They deliberated for whether it's 2 hours, 5 hours, or 6 hours. It should be respected. And the state should be forced, if the jury felt at that moment that they were deadlocked, to keep sending them back in and keep changing their mind, especially with the fact that they don't get to rewatch the trial. I mean, maybe some of them went home last night and started watching stuff, but they don't get to rewatch the trial. They don't get to rewatch the testimony. They are left with, again, and if you get into memory and you talk about the science of memory, it can be molded and sculpted. Look at eyewitness testimony. When you I remember when I took a criminal justice course in college, and they did a deal that the professor had somebody come running into our classroom and then had us write statements of what we saw. And it was amazing how we all saw the same thing at the same moment, but we all saw different things. So it really, and then, imagine then they're all sitting in the jury. They're all sitting in that room. They're all hearing the testimony. They all see different and hear different things. Then you get back there, and then are you dealing with memories? Now you're dealing with a fight. Then you're dealing with a judge that says the door's locked until you come up with a verdict. And now it's barter and trade. And what do we do here? How do we get out of here? And the reality of the situation is this case, to me, I think it's pretty clear this young man was not intending to kill anyone that night. I don't believe it. I just do not believe that. I don't think that the state proved that. And I don't think they proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. Who do we have? Name the person that you trust and that you would trust. All of those kids, would you trust? And this is the thing that my dad, and I love the fact that this attorney used it, which is why I could tell he was a good attorney. One of the things that my dad always said was something he used in his closing arguments, and he counseled this with young attorneys. And he said, it's the test of, would you trust these witnesses and rely on something of the most important decision you can make in your life? Would you rely on their word alone? Because basically, what's being asked of is every single one of those 25 witnesses, those kids that came in order to convict Raul Valle, you have to believe and rely on their word, and you have to rely on their word alone and their perspective alone. And you name one of the kids that you would rely on if they came to you and said, I have, your brother or your sister or your husband or your kid is going to need to get a surgery, and you have to make a decision. And the only person in the room you have is any of those witnesses that came and testified. Would you feel comfortable relying on their word and their word alone to make the decision? That's what you have to rely upon. Butterfly kisses. What is your complaint now about the chat? What's your position on the case? There's no interpretation of the law that states such. There absolutely is an interpretation of the law. He went back. The question is, why did he go back, butterfly kisses? So before you come in here saying that no one understands the law, do you not understand the idea that the reasoning for going back is what we're relying on, and what the reason is that he went back? We have his word, we have the word of others, we have the perspective of others, and the jury gets to decide what the reasoning is. If the reason he went back was to defend someone else, was to defend his friend because his friend was being assaulted, and then that would be a reason that would be supported under the law in defense of another. Now, one of the questions that comes upon, or that's there, that could negate that, would be if he was considered to be the aggressor or an aggressor, and he would have had to have been retreating and making it clear he was retreating. The question you would have is how do you define an aggressor as somebody who's being beaten upon by 15 people? Okay. And he did not come into the fray. He did not come displaying a knife. They struck them. They hit him. They hit De Silva first when he comes walking in. And the question is what evidence do you have that you can rely on that says, again, remember, if you're following the law, since you're a student of the law, you should understand that we start this discussion presuming Raul Valle innocent. And it sounds like the first mistake you're making is you're presuming him guilty and saying disprove that. So if you're a student of the law, you don't understand that, right? So understand that that first. And then tell me who undermines the presumption of innocence and removes all doubt that Raul Valle wasn't coming back there in support of De Silva, who was trying to discuss with Tyler Rich about his vehicle. Who can you rely on beyond a reasonable doubt to say that isn't what was happening? And then we know De Silva is the aggressor because he strikes them. And the question is when if they were coming back for that purpose, then they were not coming back as aggressors. They were coming back to discuss the situation with someone that De Silva perceived as a friend and an acquaintance that he could speak with. And Raul Valle was specifically asking for Aiden. I can't remember Aiden's last name, but Aiden even testified. Yes, he knew Raul Valle. They knew each other. They played football together. And he was requesting someone he knew. Okay? And we know Raul Valle wasn't stabbing people or hitting people or doing anything to anyone when he had the discussion with the kid after he got sprayed with, even after he got sprayed with WD-40, he's having a discussion with somebody, not fighting them, not knifing them, not kicking them, not hitting them. Okay? So you tell me how you get to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, I know, Kelly Kane, and that's the sad part is that's again, we had somebody who obviously thinks he's guilty come in here and say people here aren't following the law. That's not following the law. The law says that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is the standard, that you must remove all doubt, all reasonable doubt, before the jury can move forward. And since they've asserted a self-defense here and they've met the standard to say it's there, the state has to now disprove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And the question at hand is, have they done that? And no, they haven't. And they absolutely haven't. They haven't come close because they don't have anybody there who can. And the main piece of evidence that they were relying upon to say that, and again, this is the funny part, right? It's become clear that the state's own theory that they laid out, which was that Raul Valle came in, gets into a scuffle, runs to the car, grabs a knife, and returns and knifes everybody down. And they needed it to be that way because without it being that way, there's no way they meet their burden beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's something that I think has gotten lost on some of the people that are hell-bent on guilt. Well, it all got flipped because now that's not even what their own witnesses said. They put witnesses on who said, yeah, Raul Valle had a knife in his pocket long before that. So he didn't return to the car for that purpose. And now you can see the jury is going, okay, they're back there sculpting their own versions of events and saying, okay, this is what we think happened. And they've lost track of analyzing the case in the light it's supposed to be, which is, has the state met its burden in this case? And the answer to that question is no. And the fact that they're back there debating this long tells you that, I think. Oh, hold on.
Please stipulate to the return of our jury.
Steve will stipulate, Your Honor.
Hi, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I do have to close the facility and get us out of here by 5 o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and direct you to adjourn your deliberations for the day. I just want to remind you, obviously, follow and continue to follow the rules of juror conduct, and also remember that you can only discuss this matter with each other when all 12 of you are present in the jury room here in the courthouse, okay? Thank you very much for all the time you are giving to this matter. We all greatly appreciate it. Have a good evening, and we will see you back tomorrow. Thank you so much. Court stands adjourned.
All rise, court's adjourned.
All right, guys. So that I thought maybe we had a verdict. I was looking at it. I said, "Holy cow!" Looking at the faces of the defense attorney, I thought, "Boy, if that was a verdict, then I would say that was probably going to be, dare say, guilty." But I don't know, or some. I don't think it's going to be full guilty at this point. I think it's going to be a mixed verdict. But I'm glad to see they're going to get to go home and consider this for another evening. I believe we will have a verdict by the end of the week. I think this is going to continue to be a multi-day deliberations. Now, I think tomorrow morning you may see the jury, or maybe they have sent a letter out. I think at some point tomorrow morning, if a verdict hasn't been, if they're still far off, I think you're going to see them try again with the judge, and then it's going to force the judge to give the charge. The Chip Smith charge, and then at that point, they will be, if they come back after that, then the judge will be left with no other option than to pull them and say, "Hey, do you think any further deliberation is going to be viable?" But here's the thing. There was a comment here, and we need to dispel this right away. Native New Yorker chick. I'm not coming to pick it on you specifically, but there is an overriding misunderstanding here that, and it's here. It's that car full of kids left and had no reason to return to that home. Okay, the car full of kids left, and if you're referring to after they destroyed the vehicle and broke the windshield, they did leave. They didn't leave. They went down the street. Okay, and when they returned, the question is, what? The car full of kids never returned. 2 kids returned. Raul Valle and Tyler Da Silva. And based on testimony, unrefuted testimony, no one's been able to refute the reasoning that they returned. And the reasoning was because Tyler Da Silva believed that he had pool with some of the kids there, and he wanted to go talk to Tyler Rich and say, "Listen, my buddy's car is damaged, and somebody needs to be held accountable for this. Like, y'all really jacked up his car. Like, what the hell was all that about? Y'all could have just asked us to leave, and you guys did this. We got to figure this out." And that was what he was expecting. It was stupid. It was dumb. He shouldn't have thought he had that kind of pool, but he did. And it was inside of that. Now, here's the thing. You might say, "Well, no, I think he gave it." Where's the proof that they came back with anything but that intention? The only evidence put as to intentions comes from Tyler Da Silva, who said that's exactly why they were returning. Valle says that's why they were returning. He was coming there to back up his friend. Schneider tosses Valle a knife and says, "Here, just in case. Not go stab people, not go get vengeance for my car, not make them pay." Which, why would you think that Valle would think to himself, "Oh yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go stab a bunch of people over my friend's car"? No, it's for protection, like get back, whatever. They're not foreseeing that they're going to walk into a situation where they're going to be attacked, because Da Silva believes he's special and he stands out and that he's in with these guys. And then when they see him coming down, they're going to be like, "All right, let the 2 big chieftains talk. I'll talk to Rich, and we're talk this out and figure this out." And that's not what happened. What happens? Tyler Rich, the guy who's supposed to be in charge, who's supposed to be not aggravating the situation, walks up to Da Silva, doesn't give him a chance to talk or speak, and punches him in the face. And then after that, all of his little followers, now instead of beating on a car, we already know what the damage they did to a car. They ripped the bumper off. They broke a windshield. I mean, come on. Now they're on top of Da Silva and on top of Valle. Sorry. So the bottom line is that they did not come back with the intent to kill anyone. If they were, he would have started stabbing everyone from the get-go. You know who would have got stabbed? Tyler Rich. Okay? Because that's who came up first. The other people would have gotten it if that's what their intent was. And then this thing blows out of control, and the mob violence goes wild, just like it goes from walk up to the car and everybody's talking and chatting to we now have a car with a lot of damage done to it. And that's how this thing accelerates. And that's how this mob teen violence can accelerate, especially when alcohol is involved. So no, this was not a scenario where they had no reason to return. They didn't come back. The car full of kids didn't come back and get into a group gang fight. Okay, these are two guys that are walking down trying to solve this situation, and it got out of control. On top of that, if you're not talking about that arrival and you're talking about going to the house at all, they were invited. They were told to pull up. They were told to come. They were told, come over here. Okay, understand this, and this is, again, they didn't get out of the car with knives. Jack Schneider threw the knife to him and said, just in case. Valle picks it up and puts it in his pocket. And at that point, just was like, okay, whatever, picks it up, puts it in his pocket. Nobody was planning to use the knife at that moment. And there's no evidence indicating that he was planning to use the knife at that moment. And the state is obligated to put that evidence on. And there was none. In fact, the state's own theory was that he returns to the car to go get the knife, and that falls apart and goes up in smoke. That alone right there, where you don't even have a theory now on how this all worked. The state is obligated. The state has the burden, and that's the part that's being lost here. There's a burden being put on the defendant in this case that doesn't exist. He went and did what he had to do. He got on the witness stand. He asserted self-defense. He said, this is what happened. And now it's the state's job to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that that isn't what happened and that there was no self-defense. And so to me, let's see here. Taz says, I think it's clear who did and who didn't watch the whole trial. I think it is too. I think there's a lot of people that are jumping in right now, and it's how these cases go. They start gaining popularity. And again, this is an easy case where everybody thinks it's easy. It's like, oh, well, tell me about the case. Kid stabbed somebody in a fight. Oh my God. Okay. All right. You know what? That's wrong. You should not be, nobody needs to bring a knife to a fist fight. Well, it's not that simple. It really isn't. And clearly it's not, because this jury's been deliberating now for 2 whole days. And they still haven't come to a verdict, and they're doing testimony readbacks and everything else. And it's going to be a little while longer, I think, before we have a verdict or a resolution, or maybe we don't get a verdict at all, which again is favorable for Raul Valle because he stays out and doesn't have to go to prison. And Taz says, it doesn't come across that his intent to kill or harm anyone. He only used the knife when he could defend himself or his friend. Now, this is what I was explaining, Taz. I agree with you on this. But there is an argument that I believe is beginning to develop in that jury room where what they're trying to do, they're trying to mix the bag, so to speak, where they're trying to say he was in self-defense mode at one point, and then he flipped the switch and went to, you did this to my friend, because what I think a perceptive juror could take out of that, if they're trying to negotiate a way out of this, it depends on the room. If the room is overwhelming self-defense, then I think they're going to sit there and they're going to say, okay, he may or may not have seen his friend, but it's very clear in his description there, his mindset was defending his friend. And they're going to say his intent was not to kill anyone. He may not have even realized at that moment, he probably didn't, he didn't realize necessarily at that moment that the Silva was already out. I mean, they did cross paths on video, but he's out. He comes back to help his friend, and his intent was to go back and help his friend, and then the gang engages him, and boom. Well, Taz, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to go back and watch that testimony and see. I'll see if I can. I will see if I can find that portion of the testimony, and then I will put it out as a small video to see if that comes in, so that that's available for display tomorrow, and then we can talk about it some more. But I will go back and look at that and see if I can identify that section in that part and see what it actually says. Because again, I think I do believe that it's been kind of, it was testified to, not just by Raul Valle, but it was testified by others that yes, he was in the process of getting beat down. In fact, that's why I know it's been kind of decided that the stabbing of Faison happened earlier But I kind of believe that it was after, like, that it was happening. Faison was beating on Raul Valle, and it all kind of happened at the same time because Faison says he doesn't even know when he got stabbed. That he didn't realize he was stabbed till way after, and he's looking at everybody else who's got their stab wounds and realizing people got stabbed. But anyways, I think the point is nobody knows what happened, and nobody knows the order of what happened, and you kind of need to know that in this situation. And you kind of need to know when it happened and where it happened. And guess what? It's kind of the state's obligation to know this. And they kind of put it on a shitty case, in my opinion. And the fact that there's all these questions, jury, if you're listening out there, the law says when you have questions, otherwise, i.e. doubt, you're supposed to return a not guilty verdict. It's really, really quite simple. So go ahead, return a not guilty verdict. You don't have your goal. You are not here to make the community feel better. You are not here to deliver justice. You are here to evaluate the state's case. And it's very clear, I think, if you give this case a fair evaluation, that the state failed to meet its burden in this case. They failed to put witnesses on that you could trust. And they failed to present any evidence that supports that Raul Valle acted with malice aforethought, acted with intent beyond intending to help his friend. And they did not disprove that beyond, or for self-defense. And they did not disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. They just did not. They just did not. They just did not. It just did not. Well, thank you, Kelly Kane. I'm glad you found us as well. I'm glad everybody here that, and again, we have room for everyone here. But they just did not. They just did not. In my opinion, that's the bar. That's the standard that this should be being viewed at. And if you're a juror out there and you come across this episode, you come across and you're watching stuff, even though you're not supposed to, remember that when you're back in the jury room. Remember that when you're back in that jury room, because that's important. Because when you are, you're not there to figure it out. You're not there to, and again, I remember when I was in the jury room, that is exactly what the jurors went to do. They thought, oh, we're detectives. And they start hypothesizing and they started bringing crap in that wasn't even in evidence. I said, listen, that's a problem. If the prosecution, if we don't know right now, we can't add our own thoughts in. We can't make stuff up. That's not what we're here to do. We cannot do that. We cannot do that. And that's not allowed. And that's called reasonable doubt. And that's called that the state didn't meet their burden. And believe it or not, a lot of times prosecutors trust that jurors are going to do just that when they're in the jury room. Thank you, Bodie. I appreciate that. I don't have an agenda. My agenda is simply to present this in a fair way and to try to present the criminal justice system as it's supposed to be done and as it's supposed to be looked at. Because a lot of times it's not done. It's not done correctly. It's not thought of correctly. And there's a lot of things that are going on in the ways that tricks prosecutors were used. And there's even times that, things happen that are not supposed to be done, where you have the defense side of things too. But to me, there's no greater case right now that shows reasonable doubt than what we're seeing right now. And that's what we have to. That's what we hope those jurors are doing. So hopefully, someone like Court TV will be able to get a hold of a juror and they will come on and talk to Court TV or someone and tell us what was really going on in that jury room, because I would love to know. But these are the fun trials. And I love self-defense trials. I love trials like this because these are the ones that really, especially where you get a lot of, right now, those jurors, I'm sure, are feeling a lot of pressure from the community to deliver here and not necessarily deliver a verdict that's in line with the law. They want vengeance and they want punishment, but yes, I do believe. I know McGrath's parents have filed civil suits. I do believe there's a civil suit's been filed against him, and the reason why they would do that is because if he gets convicted, then it automatically will get default judgment, and then it only becomes a matter of how much he's going to be on the hook for. Now, unfortunately for him, there isn't. I mean, if he goes to jail or prison, there's not going to be much to collect, maybe from his parents, which they can sue his parents because he's under the age of 18. So I do believe that, though. So there has been civil actions filed in this case by Jimmy McGrath's parents, and they're going after not just him; they're going after all the people we're saying should be held accountable. So yes, there is some justice being meted out there, but. Anyways, so guys, I'm going to jump off here. That is the end of the court day. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to try to jump in and out like I did today, talk to you guys, talk about what's going on, and talk this thing through as we continue to deliberate. So it's going to, I think it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. We could have a verdict or a resolution. It may not be a verdict. It may just simply be a declared mistrial. But I think tomorrow is going to be a pretty good, because if you're looking at the rules of thumb, when you're looking at deliberations and things of that nature, we're sitting at about, let's see, they start deliberating at 10, they go 10 to 6, or sorry, 10 to 4, 10 to 4:30. So you figure that's 6.5 hours, and then we had about 4 hours. We're at about the 10-hour mark, which is just about where the judge and everyone's going to be comfortable saying, this jury's given this some thoughtful consideration. They're working hard. They've clearly discussed this case. So I think the next time that they come out and say they're hung, I think you're going to see the Chip Smith charge, and then after that, I think the judge will have to go and fall and say, okay, they have to do the poll where they will say, do you think any additional deliberation is going to help? And if they all say no, then she'll be forced to declare a mistrial. And the only question will be is whether or not it will be on all charges or not. I think it will, because I think, again, if the holdout is for self-defense, I don't know. I think that's what's going to be. I think the only surprise would be finding out if it's that one person who held out all this time. And if they did, hats off to them, regardless of what side they were on. I'm glad they stick by their convictions and didn't give in to this judge trying to break them down, And then if they were able to somehow sway everybody out, listen, I can speak to it a whole lot. When I went back, I served on a jury. I was a foreman of the jury. And when we went back there, it was 10 to 2 guilty of the top charge. 10 to 2. And then I said, okay, let's start deliberating. We're going to deliberate. And I was one of the two. That was in the side of I wasn't completely not guilty, but I was not guilty of the top charge. I didn't think that was the right charge. And we went and we talked and we started deliberating. I think it was about 5 o'clock, and we deliberated till 2 a.m. And by the end, it flipped to 11 to 1. And there was one lady, and she was talking, and I was kind of walking her through, and she felt comfortable enough. We came up with where I really thought the charges were, and we listed it out, elements and everything, and said, this is what they proved. And of course, there was a lot of people in that jury room that were like trying to bring their own speculation in to say, hey, well, this is how I said, no, show me the evidence. And they couldn't show the evidence. So they said 11 to 1 guilty. Dina, they said 11 to 1. That was yesterday after 2 hours of deliberation. But we know they've been deliberating now for about probably another 6 to 8 hours since then. We don't know if it's that one. Then this morning, it was actually yesterday that they sent the note. So all of this happened yesterday. This morning, the judge went on record stating that the jury had said that now they were not, that they had moved on, because the judge instructed them to move on because the instructions are that they must deliberate each individual count on their own. So they can't deliberate them all as one. So they have to take one and move on to the next one. And they have to move one and on to the next one, and on to the next one. That's what Well, I mean, look, Bodie, when I was there, they knew the judge knew who my dad was. My dad had practiced in his courtroom, and the judge knew my dad was a defense attorney, and they knew exactly who I was, and they let me on the jury. But they can't necessarily knock people off. And again, we're not there. I wasn't going to go in there if I felt the case was guilty. I have no problem delivering a guilty verdict. I have thought people are guilty and were proven guilty, and I think that they deserve to be found guilty. Just like to me, I mean, one of the cases that I got wrong that I thought was going to be guilty, and I thought the guy was guilty, was Tim Harrington. That was the Snapchat guy that was dating or brought the guy over to his house, and literally everything proved right to his door. He's next seen leaving, and he somehow escaped only because there was a juror in that room who didn't like the idea of convicting somebody without a body, and he ends up walking. So, LOL Bird says, justice is a process. Have you seen Jack in the fight you're talking about in the original fight video? Yes, I've seen that video. What in the second fight video? Are you talking about the one that's at the house, or are you talking about the original fight video that happened over the beer? What am I looking for? Okay, I will check it out. You're talking about, when you're saying second fight video, you're talking about the second fight video that's at the one that precedes the one where you see De Silva get tossed out and Valle running back in and allege. I'll have to check it out. So, first house and second house. Now, are you suggesting, Bird, that maybe he had another knife that was there? Because I thought I heard there were two knives. Maybe even, who knows, there could have been three knives. Are you suggesting that Jack could have been stabbing people and that maybe people didn't realize? Is that what you're suggesting? The big fight at Laurel Glen. Okay, I'll have to go back and watch it. I'll have to go back and watch and see what I see there. Maybe I missed, see it. But and I'll let you know. I'll let you know tomorrow when I come back. I'll have to check it out. But anyways, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for coming in day after day and talking with us. Red hoodie, sweater, white undershirt, white high top sneakers. Okay, I'm going to check it out. And I'll put it on a big screen, because most of the stuff I've been watching has been maybe on my iPad or my phone when I'm watching these things. But I know I've had that in the back of my mind where I thought to myself, none of it made any sense to me as far as how all this goes. And, what was really happening here. What was really, really happening here. Well, I think that third-party culprit requires for them to have a lot more. They have to, the standard for that is a lot higher than self-defense. And they would have had to have gone out of their way to show that. So I think that that's something that maybe they hope the jury will pick up on, or a very observant observer like yourself picks up on, and then maybe somebody back there sees it. But we'll see. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for watching, and be on the lookout. I will, like I said, I'm going to go in and try to put the end, get a clip of the portion of the testimony that was talked about in regards to saying that Raul Valle fell during the stabbing of Jimmy McGrath. And then I will also look at the portion of the video again on a big, big screen and see what I see, Bird. And then tomorrow we will talk about all of that. So look forward to the discussion. And who knows, maybe it'll prompt me to do a live tonight or something if I see if what I see in there really shakes my world. But we'll see. Anyways, I will talk to you guys soon. And hit that like button on your way out. And make sure you share this video, and maybe it's something. Well, Bird, I'm going to check it out, because if it's something that maybe this is something we need to highlight, and jurors are Jurors, I'm sure, are checking things out more than what we know. So you never know. It could be something that pops. So we'll see. No one knew who that was, allegedly. Okay. Well, you've got my interest. I'm going to get back and rewatch this. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon, and I will talk to you tomorrow.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the